Hey there, sleepyhead. Tonight we're heading back, way back, to a place where the sun glints off white marble courtyards, where the scent of honeyed figs and olive oil hangs thick in the air, and where the sharp clack of sandals on stone echoes down winding columns of thought. You find yourself in ancient Athens, nestled somewhere between the clamor of the agora and the serene whisper of an olive grove. But tonight's not about battles, gods, or oracles. It's about something much more relatable. You're here to figure out why some of history's greatest minds, Socrates, Plato, Diogenes, and others, were known for nodding off mid-thought. Yes, literally. Imagine a robed philosopher pausing mid-lecture, rubbing his eyes, reclining slightly, and just drifting into a nap right there in the middle of a serious ethical debate. No shame, no apologies, just some serious dozing among deep thinkers. Now, before we dive too deep into dreamland, a little warning. You probably won't survive this journey with your modern notions of hustle culture intact. The truth is, for the ancient Greeks, especially the philosopher types, napping was practically a sacred act. Not laziness, not indulgence, but a deliberate pause in the pursuit of wisdom. So before you get cozy, maybe take a second to like this video and subscribe, only if you really enjoy what I do here. I promise, I'm more consistent than Plato's definitions of virtue. And hey, if you're listening from somewhere far away, drop your city and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're tuning in. Now, dim those lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's story together. You sit down on a worn stone bench just off the path in the Athenian gymnasium. The sun is high, and the shadows are sharp against the smooth columns that rise around you like giant bleached bones. There's a soft buzz in the air, distant voices debating justice, clinking cups from a symposium wrapping up, the chirping of cicadas almost louder than reason itself. Across the courtyard, a group of young men argue about whether virtue can be taught. One of them gestures wildly. Another, a bearded older man with sandals too loose for running but too tight for lounging, interrupts him with a booming laugh. Then, in the middle of a counter-argument, he leans back on a slab of stone and stops talking. His eyes flutter closed. His head dips forward. He's asleep. You stare, waiting for the students to jostle him awake. But no one seems alarmed. A few smirk. One student quietly lowers his voice so as not to disturb the sleeping philosopher. Another sits beside him and begins plucking at a lyre, softly, as though lulling the ideas themselves to rest. It's not a one-time thing. The more time you spend here, the more you notice a pattern. Long, intense philosophical discussions often lead into silence, followed by rest. A nap, a recline, a soft reset. It's not just accepted, it's kind of expected. Because here's the secret. The ancient Greeks didn't just value thinking. They valued space to think. And they knew, far better than many of us, that the mind, pushed too hard, folds in on itself. You can't climb Mount Thought on an empty tank. In fact, it's easy to forget that philosophy didn't happen behind desks and deadlines. It happened under trees, in courtyards, in the shared open air of body and mind. Students and teachers walked and talked, sometimes for hours, sometimes in silence. They paused to eat, to stretch, to recline on low couches, and yes, to sleep. Sleep wasn't an interruption to their thinking. It was part of it. Historians still argue whether the midday nap was widespread across Greek society, or if it was more of an elite philosophical indulgence. But evidence, from literature to casual references in plays and epistles, suggests it wasn't rare, especially among intellectuals. And it wasn't frowned upon. The philosophical life was deeply tied to rhythms of nature. Diurnal cycles, balance between energy and rest, harmony of body and soul. These were foundational to Greek thought, especially in schools like the Academy and the Lyceum. Now, don't mistake this for laziness. These men, yes, mostly men in this context, spent hours wrestling with impossible questions. What is justice? What is truth? What is the good life? And unlike your social media debates, they couldn't just Google the answer or rage tweet and move on. Their ideas had consequences: political, ethical, personal. The weight of it wore on them. The nap was a way to survive it. You notice how these philosophers pace while talking. Back and forth, hands clasped behind backs, sandals scuffing along dusty marble. The act of walking stimulates conversation. But at some point, the body gives out. Someone else slumps beside a pillar. A third just slowly reclines on the stone like a stretched-out question mark. And that's when the nap begins, not with fanfare, but with permission. Sleep was seen as a legitimate form of philosophical processing. You go deep in your thoughts, hit a wall, and instead of pushing, you pull back, breathe, and surrender to the mind's quieter machinery. You remember that earlier, someone mentioned Heraclitus, the weeping philosopher, who believed everything flowed and changed. He supposedly once said, "Even in sleep, the soul is active." Of course, we don't have a verified quote, but the sentiment echoes. The Greeks believed in more than conscious reasoning. They believed dreams could be revelatory, that rest could unlock insight, that true wisdom wasn't just logic. It was layered, and sometimes buried in silence. And here you are now, seated beside a philosopher who's dozing gently. His mouth opens slightly. His hand still holds the corner of scroll. You glance at the others nearby. No one rushes him. No one scoffs. In fact, one of his students looks at him almost reverently, as if the nap itself is a lesson. Maybe it is, because the rhythm of Greek thought wasn't just point, counterpoint. It was inhale, exhale, intensity, release, striving, then yielding. You don't sharpen the mind by grinding it to dust. You hone it with balance. There's a story about Pythagoras forbidding beans, not just for dietary reasons, but because he believed they clouded the mind and disrupted dreams. Odd, yes, but it points to a deep respect for sleep's influence on thinking. If dreaming was a kind of divine reflection, then napping could be sacred. Quirky, absolutely, but not absurd. Even Aristotle, who had no problem cataloging everything under the sun, including sleep patterns, recognized that rest played a role in perception. He wrote about how dreams could reveal truths the waking mind ignored. And you're sitting in a time and place where taking a nap mid-argument doesn't end the debate. It just pauses it, the same way a good breath pauses a long sentence. Maybe the Greeks didn't just tolerate naps. Maybe they needed them. Maybe sleep was the unsung philosopher of the group, the one who didn't talk, but still managed to explain everything. And now, as the sun begins its slow descent over the stone walls of the courtyard, the philosopher beside you stirs. He opens his eyes slowly, like he's returned from a long journey. He sits up, brushes a bit of dust from his robe, and without missing a beat, continues his point. You blink. The others nod. And just like that, the argument continues. Chapter 2. You're still seated there, legs stretched out, back resting against a warm slab of stone, and now you're watching the philosopher who just woke from his impromptu nap. There's no embarrassment on his face, no sheepish smile or apology for zoning out mid-sentence. In fact, he looks sharper now, his brow furrowed not from fatigue but from thought. Whatever dream or moment of unconscious drift he just returned from, it brought something with it. He looks you in the eye and picks up exactly where he left off, like the nap was a punctuation mark, not an interruption. You can't help but glance at the others, his pupils, his rivals, the passers-by, and no one is surprised. A few even look a little jealous, and that's when it starts to really hit you. In ancient Greece, thinking was physical, emotional, spiritual, and yes, deeply affected by what was or wasn't in your stomach. Which brings us to the ancient Greek diet, and why food and philosophy were as entwined as Dionysus and drama. Picture this. It's midday in Athens. You've just emerged from a slow, Sprawling discussion about whether virtue is taught or inherited. Someone offers you bread dipped in olive oil. Someone else pours watered-down wine into a clay cup. You tear off a fig, sweet and sticky, and savor the burst of sugar after hours of mental gymnastics. Lunch here is no quick sandwich eaten over a keyboard. It's long, leisurely, and rich. Lentils stewed with herbs. Cheese that smells faintly of goats and sun. Olives soaked in brine until they practically melt on your tongue. The wine is never strong, not like modern varieties, but it's enough to take the edge off a stressful debate. Enough to slow you down. And slowing down, that's exactly what they want. You eat, you talk, you think, and then you nap. See, the Greeks knew something we've forgotten. A full belly and an overworked brain don't mix. You can't function on overdrive all day. After lunch, the heat settles like a warm blanket, and your body begins to whisper what your mind already knows. It's time to lie down. Ancient Mediterranean societies operated on a rhythm that was entirely in sync with the sun. The day started early, filled with walking, trading, conversing, politicking. But as the sun reached its peak, when heat and digestion made labor impractical, everything slowed. For the average citizen, this meant retreating indoors or to shaded courtyards. For philosophers, it often meant finding a quiet spot, stretching out on a stone bench or a woven mat, and letting the body go soft while the mind floated. Now, modern science tells us that a meal rich in carbohydrates, especially those from legumes and grains, can induce sleepiness. Combine that with the consistent Greek climate, warm, dry, and predictably sunny, and the human body becomes a solar-powered reasoning engine with a built-in midday shut-off valve. Even Plato, the strictest of the bunch, didn't argue against the merits of a midday rest. In fact, his dialogues often took place over the course of a full day. Long walks, long talks, long silences, and meals woven in between. In the Symposium, a night of debate and wine ultimately ends in characters passing out mid-philosophy. Granted, that was a drinking party, but the idea stands. Intellectual conversation and sleep weren't on opposite sides. They danced. You might wonder, was this a universal norm or a philosopher's privilege? Historians still debate whether the average Athenian had the luxury to nap after lunch, or if this was reserved for the elite and educated. But within the circles of philosophical schools, where mental exertion was daily currency, naps were common, if not expected. And it wasn't just personal preference. Greek physicians, most notably Hippocrates and his followers, believed in aligning the body with natural cycles. The theory of humors, blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, emphasized balance. Overworking the mind could heat the blood, leading to imbalance and illness. A short nap, especially post-meal, was thought to cool the blood, reset the humors, and restore cognitive clarity. You shift slightly where you're sitting, noticing how your own thoughts feel heavy after imagining that food, that sun, that rhythm of wake, work, eat, rest. No wonder the philosopher snoozed mid-argument. He wasn't being rude. He was being Greek. There's also a kind of social wisdom here, one we're not used to. In your modern world, naps are for the lazy, the unproductive, the sick. But in ancient Greece, resting after a good meal was considered proper, even virtuous. It showed respect for the body and its needs, and for the quality of thought that would follow. A sluggish mind produces sluggish arguments. A rested one. That's where the sharp stuff lies. There's even a bit of humor in how Greeks talked about food and philosophy. Aristophanes, the playwright who had zero patience for high-minded nonsense, loved mocking philosophers for their appetite. One of his characters sneers at Socrates for being too absorbed in his airy thoughts to notice the meat roasting nearby. The implication: even the greatest minds get distracted by their bellies. You can imagine Socrates, post-dialogue, reclining on a woven mat with half a loaf of barley bread on his chest, drifting off with a question still forming on his lips. You picture Plato, perhaps a little stiffer, allowing himself 10 minutes of closed-eyed silence while students chatter nearby. And then there's Epicurus, yes, the man unfairly accused of promoting hedonism, who actually encouraged modest pleasure, including good food, restful living, and yes, sleep. But this wasn't about gluttony. No one was devouring roast beasts and then collapsing into oblivion. Meals were modest, sometimes meager. The indulgence wasn't in the food, it was in the permission to pause, to let the mind rest as the body digested. This, in its own way, was a philosophical act, a moment of mindfulness, centuries before that word became trendy, a rejection of constant striving, a lived understanding that the mind is a garden, not a furnace. You water it, you let it breathe, and you don't expect it to bloom at high noon. You close your eyes for a moment, just to see what it might feel like. The wind stirs your hair. Somewhere nearby, a flute begins to play. The conversation is quieted. People are shifting into slower modes. Even the sun feels like it's taking a breath. And in that pause, something stirs in you too. A realization, not shouted, not sudden, but soft and slow. Maybe thinking harder isn't always better. Maybe pausing, maybe napping is part of the journey. Not a step backward, but a spiral inward. So go ahead. Loosen your grip on the question you were holding. Stretch your legs. Let the olive oil and warm breeze do their work. You're not lazy. You're philosophically aligned. And if anyone asks why you're resting in the middle of a conversation, just tell them the truth. I'm thinking like a Greek. Your eyes flutter open. No, not because someone shook you awake or clapped their hands. It's more like the world gently arrived back into your senses. The sound of sandals scuffing against gravel, the low hum of a nearby conversation about whether virtue can survive wealth, and the citrus-sweet smell of crushed laurel leaves drifting lazily on the breeze. You're still in Athens, still in that strange cradle of logic and leisure. And you're just in time to witness something that feels familiar, yet completely foreign. A philosopher stands up mid-discussion. He stretches, not theatrically, not to signal that he's done, but simply because the act of thinking has worn out his limbs. Another lays down nearby, arm behind his head, eyes closed. A third starts pacing, then sits. There's no bell, no formal dismissal of class, no concern about time management. That's because Greek philosophical schools weren't structured like modern lecture halls or high schools. They weren't even really schools, not in the institutional sense. You don't enroll. You don't get grades. There are no timetables, no attendance sheets, no syllabi. You just show up, if you're curious enough, if you've got the time and the sandals for it, and start walking. That's how it worked. These were open-air conversations, often held in gardens, gymnasiums, or public porticos called stows. You join the circle by asking a good question, or sticking around long enough to matter. The students might be young aristocrats or curious tradesmen. The teacher might be an exiled statesman, a war veteran, or someone who used to wrestle but now wrestles with ideas. Everyone's equal in the shadow of the olive trees. And here's what you notice. The lack of structure creates space for meandering thoughts, for pauses, and yes, for naps. With no rigid schedule, the mind isn't boxed in. If you need to pause, you do. If someone wants to debate while lying flat on the stone floor with a tunic over their eyes to block the sun, no problem. In modern terms, it would be like showing up to a college class where the professor is reclining under a tree, half asleep, and encourages you to discuss ethics in whispers while he listens with one ear open and the other in the clouds. Weird, yes, but also kind of dreamy. This freeform style wasn't just a happy accident. It was philosophical. The Greeks believed learning should mirror life. Fluid, changing, organic. No bells to force transitions. No pressure to perform. Just presence. And when presence began to slip, when hunger struck, or exhaustion set in, it wasn't a failure. It was a sign to rest. You observe a small group now, somewhere near the Lyceum. The marble walkway is cracked in places, worn smooth in others by centuries of footsteps in sandals. A youth reads a scroll aloud, slowly, stumbling over some older dialect. His voice rises and falls like he's casting a spell. Two men nearby listen, but one of them is clearly fading. His head tilts, his eyelids flutter like butterflies, and then he's gone, off into Napland. Does the reader stop? Nope. Does anyone nudge the napper? Not even close. The recitation continues, gently, as if carrying the sleeper along through osmosis. You begin to understand something. Sleep here isn't separate from learning. It's part of the whole rhythm. Even Aristotle, the great cataloger of logic, rhythm, and rules, designed the Lyceum as a place where students could move freely between discussion, reading, and physical exercise. He believed the body and mind needed to be cultivated together. He walked while teaching. He encouraged others to walk and talk. And when the walking became too much, the benches were always waiting. Reclining mid-conversation wasn't a weakness, it was wisdom. And it's not just that the body tires. Thinking hard, especially the way philosophers did it, drains something deeper. There's no end goal like a grade or a paycheck. Just endless questioning. What is good? What is just? What is real? It's like lifting weights with your soul. So naturally, you collapse a little afterward. Now, here's the quirky bit. Some philosophers even built their schools around this need for rest. The Epicureans, for instance, were famous for holding discussions while reclining in shaded courtyards, sipping diluted wine, and eating bread dipped in honey. Their founder, Epicurus, was often shown in art surrounded by calm students lounging like lazy cats. The Stoics, more famously rigid, still held their classes in shaded porticos, cool places to rest and reflect. Historians still argue whether these practices were intentionally tied to pedagogy or just practical responses to the climate and lifestyle. But one thing's clear: rest was built into the rhythm. It wasn't separate from philosophy. It was philosophy. The body, after all, was not considered a cage for the soul in classical thought, not until much later, when certain schools adopted more ascetic tones. In mainstream Greek philosophy, the body was a partner to the mind, and taking care of one helped the other flourish. You don't run a horse without water. You don't press the mind without a nap. Think about it. These schools function more like philosophical sanctuaries than academic institutions. You could eat, think, dream, and even snore among your peers without shame. Some schools even embraced silence as a form of learning. Which makes naps, well, let's just say they were the ultimate silence. And so, you sit back now, imagining what it would feel like to live that way, to spend your days not hurrying from one obligation to another, but drifting from thought to thought, with the luxury to pause when the ideas get too heavy. It's hard not to envy it. The way they honored mental fatigue without shame. The way they let the sun set on a half-formed thought, trusting it would return brighter after rest. You let your eyes close again, not to sleep, well, maybe, but to listen, to feel, to absorb. And in the gentle hum of the Greek afternoon, you can almost hear the rhythm of it all. Talk, walk, eat, think, rest, repeat. It's not a race, it's a loop. And right now, you're in it. The sun dips a little lower now, casting long shadows across the colonnades and olive trees. You don't need a sundial to feel it. The day is tilting toward its softer half. The air cools just slightly, and the breeze carries the dusty scent of fig leaves and marble. Around you, the philosophers haven't stopped talking. They've just changed cadence, like a song easing into its instrumental bridge. Some are still seated on sun-warmed benches. Others lie flat, arms crossed behind their heads, gazing at the sky as if searching for ideas in the drifting clouds. A few, no surprise, are dozing lightly, snoring just enough to let you know they're deep in what modern apps would now call REM mode. But here's the oddest thing you realize. No one is in a hurry to wake them up. And now you're wondering, how did this strange culture come to accept napping mid-thought not just as normal, but as necessary? To get there, we have to understand something very ancient, very Greek, and very strange by today's standards. The belief that your brain could overheat. Yes, literally. They thought you could burn it out like a pot left too long over the fire. The idea wasn't completely off, given what they understood. Their concept of the human body came from a theory of four humors: black bile, yellow bile, blood, and phlegm, each tied to seasons, organs, emotions, and even types of personality. Mental activity, according to thinkers like Hippocrates and Galen, who came later but codified much of what the Greeks began, stirred up internal heat, especially in the head. Too much reasoning, too much speech, too much thought. The mind would grow hot, and the solution was to rest and cool it down. That's why you see so many philosophical discussions held in shaded gardens or breeze-filled porticos. The Greeks weren't just avoiding sunburn. They were keeping their minds at the right temperature. It wasn't just environmental. This was also spiritual. There was a belief, a gentle, unspoken one, that if the mind was inflamed, it couldn't access higher truths. Napping, especially after a long dialogue, was a way of softening the intensity. Think of it like rebooting your soul. That's why some philosophers didn't just nap during discussions. They built whole systems of thought around the rhythm of wakefulness and sleep. Heraclitus, the ever-cryptic thinker who believed all things were in a state of flux, once said something along the lines of, "The waking have one world, the sleeping turn aside to their own." He wasn't being snarky. He genuinely thought dreams gave access to hidden realities. So falling asleep mid-argument, that wasn't failure. It was intermission, a shift from one world of wisdom to another. Even more grounded philosophers like Aristotle treated sleep with curiosity and respect. In De Somno et Vigilia, on sleep and waking, he explores whether animals dream, why we fall asleep, and how the senses shut down during sleep. His conclusions might not match modern neuroscience, but the questions themselves reveal just how much importance he placed on rest as part of life, not separate from it. And then you have Pythagoras, that mystical mathematician of triangles and transmigration, who wasn't just counting numbers, he was trying to count everything. He believed in cycles, harmony, the divine in math and music. Sleep for Pythagoras was not downtime, it was alignment. He instructed his followers to reflect before bed, to review their day, to prepare for sleep the way one prepares for meditation. Pythagoras even reportedly avoided eating beans because they were said to cause mental dullness and disrupted dreams. Imagine crafting your entire diet around whether your sleep would be clean and prophetic. You start to understand. These thinkers weren't just napping to recharge. They were curating their consciousness. But let's be clear, this wasn't about fragile thinkers who couldn't handle intensity. Quite the opposite. Philosophical dialogue in ancient Greece could be exhausting. It wasn't a polite exchange of opinions. It was sparring. Socratic dialogues, for example, were like verbal jujitsu. One wrong move, and you'd be tied in a logical knot so tight you couldn't breathe. Picture this. You're in the agora. You're arguing with Socrates about whether courage is teachable. You try to define it. He asks, "Is that always true?" You backtrack. He asks if it applies to children. You say maybe. He asks, "What about fools who rush into danger?" You blink. He smiles faintly. You try again. He spins your answer upside down and asks what it really means to act without fear. And on it goes. You're sweating. You're second-guessing your own name. Your thoughts run like panicked goats. And then, just when you think you've got him, he yawns, reclines, and shuts his eyes. You don't know whether you've won the argument or bored him into a coma. The truth is, Socrates was notorious for strange behavior. Accounts describe him going off into trance-like states, sometimes standing still for hours, completely lost in thought. During one military campaign, he reportedly stood motionless in full armor, staring into the distance until dawn. Weird? Sure, but also deeply human. Socrates believed wisdom wasn't just about logic. It was about knowing your own ignorance. To do that, sometimes you had to disconnect from noise, from pride, from the need to respond instantly. You had to drift. Historians still argue whether Socrates intentionally cultivated these states as a teaching tool or whether he was just, well, a little eccentric. But no one disputes that in the middle of intense inquiry, the man could shut down like a philosopher-powered laptop. You start to see a pattern. Across schools, across personalities, there's this shared trust in the quiet space after thinking. In the nap, in the silence. The Stoics, who later prized control and discipline, also believed in measured rest. They didn't nap out of weakness. They napped out of wisdom. If you don't govern your body's rhythms, your body will govern you. Sleep was scheduled, disciplined, and treated with respect. And so here you are, surrounded by thinkers who knew how to ride the wave of logic and let it crash into sleep without shame. In your modern world, you're told to grind, to keep going. That sleep is for the weak. But in ancient Athens, sleep was for the wise. You hear a voice beside you, soft, measured, but firm. He who speaks too long without silence forgets what listening feels like. You turn. A young man, eyes barely open, smiles as he reclines. He's not quoting anyone famous, just echoing the truth everyone here seems to know. You look up at the rustling leaves above. The day is winding down. And still, the conversation drifts on, soft as breath. But now, you understand the rhythm. It's not interruption. It's integration. Talk. Burnout. Cool down. Dream. Return. This, you realize, is the real flow state. And in that gentle in-between, the Greeks found something priceless. Maybe, just maybe, you will too. The light is golden now, syrupy and slow, draping over the columns like a sleeping cat. You're still in the courtyard, or perhaps you've moved to the edge of a shaded olive grove. You can't quite remember when. The days turn blurry, in that way long summer days tend to do when they stretch past structure and melt into warmth and silence. You're watching another philosopher now, barefoot, wrapped in a slightly dusty tunic, mid-thought, mid-sentence, and then, just like that, mid-nap. His head tips slightly forward, hands still curled around the edge of a scroll, and the breeze flutters the parchment like it's trying to keep reading for him. You're not surprised anymore. In fact, you might be waiting for it, the way a conductor cues a final note before the hush. But here's the part no one tells you. Socrates wasn't the only one with weird sleep habits. In fact, there's reason to believe many philosophers, particularly those in his orbit, slept strangely, intermittently, or even deliberately in fragmented shifts. It's like the boundaries between sleep and wakefulness were just another topic to push, pull, and flip inside out like a toga in the wind. Socrates himself was famous, or infamous, for a kind of eccentric, almost mystical presence in his daily life. Students like Plato and contemporaries like Xenophon describe him standing motionless in public for long periods of time, lost in thought, seemingly unaware of the world. But were those trances, meditations, or naps? Historians still argue whether these episodes were literal sleep or altered mental states, but in either case, they were respected. No one thought Socrates was lazy. They thought he was deep, like so deep he might have been halfway to the underworld, and back with nothing but a good question and a sprig of laurel. You can almost picture it. Athens buzzing, merchants haggling, politicians ranting on marble steps, and there's Socrates, standing like a statue, eyes half-lidded, somewhere far away in his own mind. And when he finally stirs, he doesn't apologize. He just speaks, like he's returned from a place the rest of them forgot existed. You wonder what he saw there. Did he dream of dialogues unfinished? Did he rehearse counterarguments while floating somewhere between alpha and theta waves? Did he hear whispers from the daemon he famously claimed followed him, warning him away from missteps, from poor choices, from speaking when silence would do? Because yes, Socrates also believed he had a kind of divine inner voice, not a booming Zeus-style voice, but a subtle, persistent nudge, a hesitation, a gut check, and it came to him most often in stillness. Which, of course, begs the question, can sleep be philosophical? The Greeks sure thought so. Dreams, after all, were serious business. Not just the stuff of poets and prophets, but real spaces where truth could emerge in strange, symbolic form. Plato, who inherited much of Socrates' worldview, took dreams seriously. In the Republic, he discusses the tripartite soul, reason, spirit, and appetite, and suggests that in sleep, these layers shuffle, revealing parts of the psyche the waking mind suppresses. He even described the ideal person as one who sleeps with discipline, whose reason stays in charge even while dreaming. Which might sound exhausting, honestly. But for Plato, the soul never really clocked out. The nap wasn't an escape, it was a frontier. You watch now as a student beside you starts mumbling in his sleep. Nothing clear, just fragments. Maybe a quote he was chewing on earlier, maybe something deeper. No one mocks him. Another gently places a folded cloak beneath his head, like he's guarding a sacred process. And maybe he is. Because to these philosophers, sleep wasn't just about fatigue. It was a tool, a method. Like the dialectic itself, it was part of a larger system. Propose, question, break, rest, rebuild. You could almost sketch it out like a diagram. And rest, particularly mid-argument rest, wasn't a glitch in the system. It was the software update. Imagine the stakes. You're deep into a debate about the nature of justice. You've just gone 3 rounds with a clever sophist who keeps twisting your words like vines. Your thoughts are a tangle. Your heart beats up. Your mouth is dry. Your opponent smiles. And then, you lie back. You close your eyes. You sleep. That's not giving up. That's resetting the chessboard. That's stepping away from the fire to see which way the smoke's blowing. And when you come back, you're sharper, quieter, less reactive. You might even approach the argument from a new angle, one that emerged while your conscious mind was snoozing and your unconscious was rearranging every premise like scrolls in a library. There's even evidence that certain philosophers, not just the dreamy mystics, but hardline logicians, valued fragmented sleep, waking in intervals to record dreams, sleeping briefly between sessions of intense thought, like a monk's prayer cycle, but for mental clarity. A fringe idea, sure, but not unheard of. Some say Heraclitus barely slept at all, walking the streets at odd hours, talking to himself, scribbling cryptic one-liners about the nature of fire and change. Others claim Zeno of Elea, the paradox guy, deliberately trained his body to nap in short bursts so he could focus more deeply between. The fact that we're even debating how these men slept tells you something. Their sleep mattered. It wasn't just a biological necessity, it was a conscious part of their craft. And that craft, it didn't happen in a vacuum. You can feel it now. The sound of birds flitting through cypress branches, the trickle of a nearby fountain, a low laugh from a corner where 2 students gently rib each other about whether the good can exist without perception. The space itself invites reflection. And napping in this world is a kind of embodied humility. A philosopher who naps mid-thought isn't saying, I give up. He's saying, this is bigger than me. Let me step out of the way for a moment. And you too begin to feel it, the soft weight of that permission. That maybe wisdom doesn't always arrive with a trumpet, but sometimes sneaks in through the back door while your mind is off dreaming about boats and questions and fig trees. You recline, you inhale. The scent of thyme, the faint tang of clay. Your muscles loosen. The marble beneath you warms your back. And as you drift, just for a second, you wonder, what argument will you wake up halfway through? And more importantly, what will it look like when you return to finish it? You're barely awake now, somewhere between the last thought and the next, and still, the conversation drifts on around you, soft-spoken, meandering, half-lucid, like a shared dream that no one quite wants to end. The philosophers haven't moved much, except to stretch or swap positions. You've seen 3 different men fall asleep and wake again, each one picking up his sentence like the comma was just a breath taken a little too deeply. And now, someone's asking a new question. Not about justice or the soul this time, but about rhythm. The rhythm of thought, of life, of conversation itself. It might sound odd, but that's the pulse of ancient Greek philosophy. An obsession with cadence, with flow, with the body's timing as much as the mind's. Because, and you feel this now more than ever, the Greeks didn't divide their day with rigid clocks. They measured time with shadows and stomachs and breath. Life moved in a spiral, not a schedule. And thinking, too, obeyed its own tides. Which brings us to one of the most underappreciated reasons philosophers napped mid-argument. They were following the beat of a different drum. Not time, but timing. To us, it might seem lazy, or even indulgent, to pause a debate, to lie down in the middle of a discussion, to snooze while someone's quoting Homer at you. But to them, that pause was part of the form. Think of it like music. A rest and a measure isn't silence, it's structure. It creates room for what's next, and ancient Greek thought thrived on that space, that breath. Even their rhetoric followed rhythm. The art of public speaking, or logos, wasn't just about what you said, but how it flowed. A well-placed pause could be more persuasive than 100 clever lines. The same went for silence. And sleep. That was just the longest pause of all. Now picture this. You're in a shady courtyard behind the painted Stoa, where Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, sometimes taught. The columns are streaked in faded reds and browns. The air smells faintly of pine resin, and someone is mid-rant about virtue, pacing back and forth in soft leather sandals. He's passionate, too passionate. His voice tightens, his face flushes, and the thread of the argument starts to fray. His mentor, seated nearby, doesn't interrupt. He simply closes his eyes. For a moment, it seems like disrespect, but then you realize this is calibration. He's letting the rhythm break so it can be rebuilt. And when he opens his eyes, minutes later, his answer doesn't crush the student. It cools him, like water over fire. Historians still argue whether this emphasis on rhythm was learned or instinctive. Did the Greeks train themselves to think with silence, or did the structure of their world simply allow it to emerge? Consider this. No electric light, no alarms, no clocks ticking down your morning. You woke with the sun, ate when you were hungry, rested when your thoughts slowed. Your day had a natural shape, and within that shape, thought had space to breathe. That's something you feel slipping now in the modern world. Everything's immediate. Notifications ping. Thoughts must be tweeted before they're digested. Interruptions aren't sacred. They're distractions. And rest is seen as surrender. But back then, rest was rhythm. Napping during debate wasn't stepping away. It was stepping into the flow of thought, letting the waves carry you somewhere deeper than conscious logic could go. And here's a quirky piece you probably didn't expect. The Greeks may have practiced what we'd now call biphasic sleep. Instead of one long night's rest, their days may have been divided into 2 main periods of sleep: a core nighttime sleep and a shorter nap in the middle of the day. This isn't just speculation. Fragments from Greek comedy and private letters make references to the mesembria nap, a sort of second sleep that was routine. In fact, the Greek word for nap, hypnos mesembrinos, literally translates to midday sleep. It was so common that entire professions planned around it. Merchants would close shop, laborers would lie in shaded corners, and philosophers, well, You already know what they did. You glance around the garden now and recognize the pattern. Talk, argue, pause, nap, resume. It's not a break in the discussion. It's the shape of the discussion. You don't debate straight through until collapse. You let the ideas sit, rise, ferment, like dough or wine. Even in the great symposia, those legendary Athenian dinner parties, there was rhythm. Guests reclined on couches, sipping wine, eating grapes, pausing between bursts of insight and laughter. Sometimes someone would sleep. Sometimes they'd drift in and out. The conversation never stopped. It just slowed until it caught a second wind. You can't help but wonder how many great insights began with a half-conscious musing murmured in the fog of sleep. Maybe that's where Plato's idea of the forms came from. Maybe someone rolled over, dreamt of perfect circles, and woke up murmuring, "Wait, what if everything here is just a shadow?" But here's where it gets deeper. Because for the Greeks, this rhythm didn't just apply to individuals. It shaped entire schools of thought. Take the Stoics again. Often misunderstood as emotionless or robotic, the Stoics were actually deeply in tune with nature's patterns. Their goal wasn't suppression, it was alignment, with reason, with nature, with flow. A Stoic didn't push through exhaustion just to make a point. He observed his own rhythms, respected his limits, and spoke only when the time was right. The Epicureans, too, structured their lifestyle around rhythm. Eat modestly, talk deeply, rest well. Their garden wasn't a place of chaos. It was an orchestra of balance. And if someone nodded off while pondering the nature of fear, that was fine. Let the mind wander. It'll return when ready. And even in the harsher schools, like the Cynics who rejected comfort and pride, there was rhythm. Diogenes, the famous barrel dweller, napped wherever and whenever he pleased, usually in public, often mid-argument. To him, the body's needs were not shameful. They were natural. Honoring them was philosophy. So now you find yourself wondering something strange. What if napping mid-argument wasn't a flaw, but a feature? What if this whole ancient system, the slow meals, the long walks, the garden schools and shaded porticos, wasn't just about thinking, but about making space for thought? About building a world where minds could soften, stretch, and sleep without shame. You close your eyes again, just for a breath. Maybe two. Around you, the hum of quiet minds carries on. Someone shifts. Someone mutters a half-formed idea. A fig falls, soft and right, into the grass nearby. You're in the rhythm now. And you understand. Real philosophy doesn't shout. It whispers, then rests, then whispers again. The day has deepened now. You can feel it. That dusty gold has faded into the gentler hues of twilight. And the edges of everything, the benches, the columns, even your thoughts, are starting to soften. There's a hush in the garden, not because the conversation has ended, but because it has folded itself inward, like a robe wrapped tight against the cooling air. Someone hums a tune under their breath. Someone else is lying flat, eyes half closed, still debating ethics in a whisper. You are still here. You are still listening. And now, the topic drifting on the breeze isn't rhythm or rest, or even reason. It's shame, or rather, the complete absence of it. Because by now, you've realized something odd. For a culture so obsessed with ideals, ideal bodies, ideal cities, ideal virtues, the Greeks were surprisingly chill about the very thing most of us today fear: looking foolish, especially in public, especially in the pursuit of something meaningful. Let's be real. In your modern world, falling asleep mid-meeting would get you side eyes. Napping in a classroom, someone's pulling out their phone to record it. But here, in this Athenian courtyard of minds, closing your eyes during a debate isn't just okay, it's expected. And that's because, in ancient Greece, there was no shame in rest when it served wisdom. You look around. One philosopher is snoring softly, not obnoxiously, just enough to remind you that bodies are funny things. Another is muttering in their sleep, something about the nature of the good, like they just couldn't put the question down, even in dreams. No one is laughing at them. No one's embarrassed. There's a kind of quiet reverence in the air, as if sleep itself is a contribution to the conversation. This wasn't always the case across the globe. In many cultures, especially during later, more puritanical eras, rest came to be seen as weakness, something indulgent or lazy. But in classical Athens, if you needed to nap during a discussion of metaphysics, you weren't looked down on. You were living in harmony with logos, with reason itself. Historians still argue whether this acceptance came from philosophy directly, or whether it was a product of broader Athenian culture, which placed extraordinary value on the inner life. But it's hard to separate the two. In Greece, Paideia, the whole system of education and cultural cultivation, wasn't just about cramming facts. It was about becoming fully human, knowing when to push your thoughts and when to let them drift. Even Aristotle, whose mind was razor sharp and who cataloged everything from zoology to ethics, acknowledged that contemplation required spaciousness. He believed eudaimonia, the highest good, wasn't achieved through relentless action, but through reflective living. And guess what? You can't reflect when you're exhausted. So the Greeks learned to lean into that, into stillness, into naps, into what the modern world might call vulnerability. But it didn't feel vulnerable to them. It felt wise. You turn to look at the edge of the grove where an old man, a former soldier, judging by the stiff weight he sits, is now mid-debate with a younger woman, probably no older than 20. They're arguing about courage, not the battlefield kind, but the inner sort. The courage to admit when you don't know something. The courage to listen. And right as the woman makes a point, calm, clear, devastatingly logical, the man nods once and reclines, not because he's lost, because he needs to absorb it. He puts one hand over his heart, another behind his head, and just lets the moment settle. You want to applaud, but of course, that would break the spell. Instead, you reflect on how far this all is from the performance culture you know. No grandstanding, no competition, no fear of losing the room. The goal here isn't to win, it's to understand. Which is why napping mid-conversation doesn't derail the moment. It completes it. It says, I trust this space enough to rest inside it. Even Plato, for all his stern idealism, understood this need. In Phaedrus, he speaks of the soul as a chariot pulled by two horses, one noble and rational, the other wild and impulsive. To steer it well requires balance, control, but also rest. You can't drive a chariot full speed forever. So the Greeks rested, publicly, unapologetically. And if you nodded off while someone deconstructed the ethics of vengeance, you weren't disrespecting them, you were digesting them. Now, here's a fringe tidbit you didn't expect. Some accounts suggest that even in the midst of large philosophical gatherings, especially during summer, small nap blankets were passed around, like shawls. Nothing heavy, just linen, maybe wool, depending on the wealth of the school. Students would unroll them, lie down, close their eyes while still listening. Can you imagine that now? Showing up to a university seminar and finding a basket of folded linen wraps in the back of the room, as if the professor expects you might need to lie down for a bit. In Athens, this wasn't babying students. It was preparing them to think, to rest well so they could question well, to restore the self before resuming the search for truth. The cynics even made this point with irony. Diogenes famously slept in public, curled up like a cat in a broken clay jar, proving that philosophy didn't require status or comfort or pride, just courage and clarity. And of course, a good nap. You let yourself recline now, not out of fatigue, but solidarity. You can feel your body mimicking theirs, limbs loose, breath slow. The gravel beneath your back is surprisingly soft, padded by the warmth of the day, You smell figs again. Dust. The faint iron tang of evening. Someone nearby whispers, but is knowledge innate or acquired? It drifts like a lullaby. And just before your eyes close, you wonder, if rest is a form of courage, what other truths have you been too busy to see? What arguments have you bulldozed through when you should have stopped, reclined, and listened, not just with your ears, but with your whole resting body? The answer doesn't come, but then it's not supposed to. Not now. Now is for sinking in, letting go. Because sometimes the most profound act of learning is simply to stop, to be still, to nap mid-argument in a garden of minds. Evening in Athens arrives without ceremony, just a gentle dimming, a cooler hush, a longer stretch of shadow beneath the olive trees. The garden is quieter now, but not empty. You're still here, half sitting, half reclining, part listener, part dreamer. Around you, the remnants of arguments drift like ash from a fire that never quite goes out. The philosophers haven't left, not really. They've merely slowed down, softened their tones, leaned farther back into the comfort of worn stone benches and dusty cloaks folded as pillows. Someone uncorks a flask. Another breaks off a hunk of bread and passes it down the line. And through all of this, the lounging, the chewing, the sighing, the questions continue, gently now, like waves lapping at a shore instead of crashing against it. And this, you realize, is more than rest. It's maintenance of minds, of bodies, of relationships. Because the Greeks didn't just nap mid-argument because they were tired. They did it because they understood that wisdom wasn't forged in burnout. It needed tending, watering, like a vineyard, not a furnace. There's a word they used for this, eukarya. It means the right moment, the opportune time to act or not act. It wasn't about urgency, it was about rightness, waiting until conditions were perfect. And sometimes that meant closing your eyes and letting the conversation marinate without you for a while. You glance now at a group reclining on woven mats in the far corner. They're talking about pathos, emotion, and how it shapes reason. One of them, a wiry man with a silvered beard, is nodding off as he speaks, not because he's uninterested, because he's given everything to the thought already. The others let him drift. One of them finishes his sentence. Another chuckles softly and adds her own twist. No one rushes to fill the silence. No one apologizes for it either. You wonder, what would it be like if modern life allowed for this? If meetings ended when the thought ran dry? If lectures paused for digestion instead of breakneck pacing? If we trusted each other enough to leave the thread hanging, knowing we could pick it back up after a little sleep? Historians still argue whether the ancient Greek schools were truly this relaxed, or whether we've romanticized them over time. The truth probably lies somewhere in between. Yes, there was tension, and formality, and competition. But woven into all that, undeniably, was this pulse of trust. Trust in rest, trust in return. Even the architecture reflected it. The Lyceum, the Academy, the Garden of Epicurus, all built around open courtyards, shaded walkways, and gentle places to pause. They weren't fortresses of intellect. They were ecosystems. No desks, no clocks, just air, stone, and space. And within that space, the mind had room to wander. Here's something curious you overhear now. One student is explaining the idea of anamnesis, Plato's belief that learning is really remembering. That your soul already knows the truth, and the act of education is just slowly unveiling it. He says this while fully horizontal, arms folded across his chest, eyes closed. Not sleeping, just drifting in place. You smile, because if learning is remembering, then napping mid-dialogue isn't abandonment. It's tuning in, letting the truth bubble up through dreams. Another student responds by quoting a line from Homer, something about sleep being the brother of death. But he says it with a grin. Because here, sleep doesn't feel like death. It feels like deep listening, like retreating into the cave of the self and coming back up with something shiny in your hand. Even the myths embraced this. Hypnos, the god of sleep, was never portrayed as malicious or weak. He was calm, winged, almost comforting. His brother, Thanatos, death, was his twin, yes, but not his shadow. Sleep was divine, a portal, not an ending. You watch now as someone wakes from a nap and sits up slowly. No rush, no apology, just a long stretch, a lazy yawn. And then, what were we saying again about virtue and habit? The conversation picks up without a stutter, like a jazz band waiting for the bassist to find the rhythm again. And this fluidity, it makes sense when you think about it. Greek education wasn't about proving mastery. It was about becoming whole, about shaping your psyche, your soul, into something balanced. And balance requires rest. You imagine a classroom where the bell doesn't jolt students back from reverie, but instead rings gently, like a wind chime, to signal time for reflection. You imagine a boardroom where executives lean back, close their eyes, and let the question breathe. What might we discover if we allowed space, instead of always pushing forward? Historians still argue whether the ancient Greek schools were truly this relaxed, or whether we've romanticized them over time. The truth probably lies somewhere in between. Yes, there was tension and formality and competition, but woven into all that, undeniably, was this pulse of trust. Trust in rest, trust in return. Even the architecture reflected it. The Lyceum, the Academy, the Garden of Epicurus, all built around open courtyards, shaded walkways, and gentle places to pause. They weren't fortresses of intellect. They were ecosystems. No desks, no clocks, just air, stone, and space. And within that space, the mind had room to wander, to wonder, to nap. Here's something curious you overhear now. One student is explaining the idea of analysis, Plato's belief that learning is really remembering, that your soul already knows the truth, and the act of education is just slowly unveiling it. He says this while fully horizontal, arms folded across his chest, eyes closed, not sleeping, just drifting in place. You smile, because if learning is remembering, then napping mid-dialogue isn't abandonment. It's tuning in, letting the truth bubble up through dreams. Another student responds by quoting a line from Homer, something about sleep being the brother of death. But he says it with a grin, because here, sleep doesn't feel like death. It feels like deep listening, like retreating into the cave of the self and coming back up with something shiny in your hand. Even the myths embraced this. Hypnos, the god of sleep, was never portrayed as malicious or weak. He was calm, winged, almost comforting. His brother, Thanatos, death, was his twin, yes, but not his shadow. Sleep was divine, a portal, not an ending. There were groves sacred to Hypnos where people would go not to escape life, but to connect more deeply with it. Temples where dream incubation, in koinosis, was practiced. Sleep wasn't an interruption to philosophy. It was part of it. You watch now as someone wakes from a nap and sits up slowly. No rush, no apology, just a long stretch, a lazy yawn, and then, what were we saying again about virtue and habit? The conversation picks up without a stutter, like a jazz band waiting for the bassist to find the rhythm again. And this fluidity, it makes sense when you think about it. Greek education wasn't about proving mastery. It was about becoming whole, about shaping your psyche, your soul, into something balanced. And balance requires rest. The stars are out now, faint but firm, like thoughts that were always there, but are only just becoming visible. You let your eyes close for a moment, not to sleep yet, but to drift with them. Thoughts float across your mind like olive leaves on water. No pressure to grab one, just letting them pass. Around you, The philosophers continue in soft voices, some fully awake, others barely so. No line divides the two states anymore. Wakefulness and dreaming, reason and drifting. They coexist here, braided gently together. In this place, sleep is not a break from wisdom. It's part of how it grows. And balance requires rest. Which brings you to another odd truth. Many ancient Greek thinkers believed that overwork led to madness. Not just fatigue, not just burnout, but an actual fracturing of the soul. They saw it happen, or thought they did. Poets who pushed too hard and lost their grip. Statesmen who argued themselves into hysteria. Students who refused to rest and became shadows of themselves. So sleep wasn't indulgence. It was protection. And maybe that's what you feel happening to yourself now. A kind of recalibration. As if lying among these thinkers, even just in imagination, is smoothing out the frayed edges of your own overused thoughts. Your eyelids grow heavy, not from boredom, but from immersion. You are with them now, in pace, in breath. You're not watching the conversation anymore. You're part of it, even if you say nothing, even if you sleep. Because in this space, silence is allowed. Stillness is part of the discourse. You are safe to close your eyes. And when you open them, the argument, whatever it was, will still be here, waiting, ready, soft as dusk. Night falls gently now, the deep indigo sky sprinkled with countless stars. The once bright chatter of the day has softened into murmurs, sighs, and the occasional stifled yawn. The garden is alive, yet peaceful, like a lullaby slowly drawing all the players toward rest. And you find yourself sinking deeper into the rhythm, lulled not by the absence of noise, but by its measured cadence. Crickets have taken up their song, a steady background chorus that seems to harmonize with the quiet philosophical drifting around you. A faint breeze rustles the olive leaves, and the trees seem to lean in protectively, their silver-green branches catching the moonlight like ancient fingers. The ground beneath you is still warm from the day, and the stones under your legs give off the last of their sun-soaked heat. It's as if the whole world is exhaling. This twilight stage is where the ancient Greek view of sleep and philosophy converges most beautifully, because sleep wasn't just a biological pause. It was a sacred, almost ritualized act, a gateway between worlds. And right now, you're sitting in the soft glow of that belief. Recall that earlier, when Socrates stood motionless in armor all night. That image wasn't just odd eccentricity. It was a practice of deliberate withdrawal, a moment of suspension between action and thought, between wakefulness and dream. Some said he was communing with his daemonion, the inner voice that guided him. Others believed it was a form of inner sharpening, holding the body still so the mind could roam freely. Whether myth or truth or something in between, the message remains. Wisdom sometimes demands stillness, even silence, even sleep. Tonight, you begin to understand that sleeping mid-argument is a kind of withdrawal, not defeat, but strategy. A deliberate step away, so you can see more clearly what's been obscured. You think of the moments when a thought grows too tangled, too vast to wrestle awake, and how often the solution comes not through more struggle, but by stepping back, letting go, trusting that clarity, like a bird, may land when you finally stop chasing it. Now, historians still argue whether these mid-discussion naps were spontaneous or ritualistic. Did philosophers simply grow tired, or was the nap itself part of a formal method, a practice of reflection and insight woven into the fabric of their debate? The evidence hints at the latter. In many texts, sleep is described as the halfway point between ignorance and knowledge. Not darkness, but illumination. Not the opposite of thinking, but a different kind of it. Take the Pythagoreans, for instance. They practiced what we might call philosophical napping in highly structured ways. After intense study or debate, they would retreat to quiet spaces, lie down, and meditate, or nap, to synthesize what they'd learned. Their lives blended ritual, rest, and reflection seamlessly. They believed in purifying the soul through stillness. They practiced silence, sacred geometry, music, and long periods of contemplation, punctuated by rest. To them, the body was not just a vessel, it was a tuning fork, and rest helped it resonate with truth. Even Plato suggested that during sleep, the soul touches on higher realities, transcending the physical world. In this sense, falling asleep mid-argument was a way to access truth not reachable by reason alone, like stepping into the shadows to better see the stars. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some philosophers believe dreams were messages from the gods or departed souls. Dream incubation was practiced in temples like that of Asclepius, where supplicants sought divine guidance. While not strictly philosophical, these beliefs highlight how closely sleep and wisdom were intertwined. They didn't draw hard lines between waking thought and dreaming insight. To them, both were valid sources of knowledge, one from logic, the other from mystery. You watch as a young woman nearby closes her eyes, humming softly, lips moving as if continuing the debate in a dream language only she understands. No one disturbs her. Instead, a friend quietly unfurls a cloak beneath her head, a silent signal of care. This brings you to an intriguing contradiction. The Greeks prized logic, clarity, and reason, but they also embraced the mysterious, the irrational. Sleep, dreams, and naps weren't failures of reason. They were its companions. And perhaps that's why mid-argument naps were accepted. They embodied this balance. You think back to the long hours spent debating justice, courage, and the good life. The mental exhaustion must have been real. Not just physical fatigue, but the weariness of wrestling with abstract, eternal questions. And unlike today, there were no coffee breaks, no screens to offer distraction, only words, only ideas, and minds stretched across questions like constellations across the sky. In this light, the nap is not a pause but a bridge, a liminal moment where the conscious mind rests and the unconscious weaves the threads together. A soft bridge, like the arch of a moonlit footpath, connecting two shores of thought. One side is full of sound and speech, full of bold questions and lively disputes. The other is made of silence, dreams, and subtle shifts. And sleep is how you cross. You feel your own eyelids flutter. The cool night air brushes your skin. It's gentler now, scented with crushed thyme and the faded warmth of sun-baked stone. Somewhere, an owl calls softly, its voice long and low, not a warning but an invitation. The scent of jasmine drifts faintly, mingling with the dusty earth. It carries memory in it, of pages turned, of voices raised, of thoughts planted like seeds in fertile minds. You shift slightly, wrapping your cloak tighter around your shoulders. The fabric is rough, but familiar. You are not alone here. Around you, others are doing the same, nestling into their cloaks, finding a hollow in the ground, resting their heads on rolled scrolls or one another's laps. No one apologizes. No one hesitates. There is no shame here in sleeping where you sit. You feel, if anything, honored to be part of this ancient rhythm. A rhythm older than the garden, older than Athens itself. Philosophy here isn't an all-or-nothing marathon. It's a dance of engagement and rest, of questioning and silence. And in this dance, sleep is a step, a turn, a bow, a gesture of respect, not retreat, from the enormity of the questions, a bow to the mysteries that cannot be solved by sheer willpower alone. Even the heavens seem to mirror this ebb and flow. The stars pulse softly overhead, like breathing. They blink in slow time, as if syncing with the inhale and exhale of the earth. The moon, high in silver, casts gentle light across the stone floor. It touches the sleeping, the waking, the thinking, all equally. Moonlight has no favorites. Its light washes over the ink-stained fingers of the scholars, the soft curls of the dreaming students, the furrowed brows of those still wrestling with some unfinished thought. All of them resting beneath the same sky, under the same understanding, that truth, like the moon, often reveals itself in phases. You start to grasp that the Greeks' acceptance of napping mid-discussion reflects a profound respect for the limits of human cognition, and a recognition that wisdom blooms not from force, but from rhythm. This rhythm honors the body as well as the mind. It knows that thought can't be sustained indefinitely without faltering, that the brain, like any organ, needs intervals, that sometimes the best insight comes after rest, not before. It is not weakness to rest, it is preparation, an invitation for understanding to settle in like dew. You recall a phrase from earlier, the software update, and it feels truer than ever. Mid-argument naps weren't glitches. They were system refreshes, a reboot of the soul, a clearing of the mental cache, a silent agreement to let go of overprocessing and let the internal world do its work. Because some connections are made only when we stop looking for them. And you, right here, in this twilight garden of Athens, are part of that cycle. The stars above are not just watching, they are participating. The earth turns gently beneath you. You are part of this sacred slow turning. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. Slowly, your breath deepens. The philosophers around you begin to drift toward full sleep. Some murmur one last thought, like a closing line of a poem. Others simply fold into quiet, the way waves fold into shore. Not abruptly, but gradually, peacefully, willingly. The flickering lanterns are left burning, more for companionship than light. Their flames sway slightly in the breeze, as if nodding off themselves. Even the fire, it seems, respects this moment. You close your eyes, feeling the layers of day slip away, the warmth of the garden, the rhythm of breath, the soft touch of ancient air on your face. The last thing you hear is a soft voice, barely audible. Wisdom is the child of quiet moments. And with that, you surrender, not in defeat, but in trust. You let the thread go, knowing it will be there in the morning, waiting, stronger, softer, and somehow more complete. You awaken slowly, as if surfacing from a deep, slow river. Not rushed, not startled, just gently carried upward by the current of dawn. The sky above you is pale now, the first blush of dawn just kissing the horizon in soft streaks of apricot and lavender. A few faint stars still linger stubbornly, refusing to vanish just yet, as if they too want to hear the next line of the conversation. The garden, once still and quiet, begins to stir. Birds awaken and chirp, their songs tentative and sweet, filling the spaces between stone and olive tree. Their melodies seem woven with purpose, like morning mantras whispered into the day. Light filters slowly through the leaves, dappling the ground with moving patterns that play across faces, cloaks, and sandals. Dew clings to the edges of leaves and to the rims of half-drunk flasks, catching the sun like tiny crystals. You stretch and glance around, noticing the philosophers gathering again, some rubbing their eyes, others stretching their limbs, others sitting in a kind of gentle silence as they prepare for another day of debate and discovery. There's a strange comfort in watching this ancient morning routine unfold, the way thought and rest intertwine seamlessly, like the weaving of a fine tapestry. The cyclical nature of their day, with moments of deep focus punctuated by rest, now feels familiar, almost necessary. No bells ring to mark the time. No rush stirs the crowd. Everything moves with the logic of breath, inhalation, exhalation, action, reflection. You realize that the philosophers' naps weren't just brief interludes or accidental dozes, but integral parts of their mental processes, serving as moments to consolidate ideas, to let subconscious connections form, and to renew the intellectual stamina needed for sustained inquiry. What had seemed eccentric now feels wise. Aristotle, the prodigious student of Plato, recognized the importance of balance between exertion and rest. His concept of the golden mean extends beyond ethics to daily life itself, a harmonious balance between excess and deficiency. He advocated for moderation, even in intellectual pursuit. Too much stimulation without rest could cloud judgment and degrade performance. Too little effort would fail to cultivate the mind. The nap, then, was a practical embodiment of this principle. He did not live in a world of overwork as we do today, but even in his quieter time, he saw the dangers of imbalance. Interestingly, some ancient texts hint at specific strategies to harness the restorative power of short sleep. For instance, the philosopher Epicurus reportedly encouraged his followers to take brief afternoon rests, not only for physical rejuvenation, but to achieve mental clarity and tranquility. The very garden where his school met was designed for this balance: open spaces for vigorous discussion and shaded alcoves for reflection or repose. You imagine that garden now: vines winding lazily over trellises, fruit trees providing both shade and sustenance, benches shaped not for posture but for comfort, a place built not to impress but to invite, a space for humans, not just ideas. You recall the tradition of siesta, which seems to echo these ancient practices. It's as if the rhythms of the past persist subtly beneath modern routines, even if the original philosophical reasons have been lost or overlooked. Could it be that the Greeks, in their wisdom, laid the groundwork for concepts we now regard as simple health advice? Perhaps what we call self-care was once soul practice. There's also a curious fringe theory that suggests some philosophers practiced a form of polyphasic sleep, breaking their rest into multiple segments spread over 24 hours, with strategic naps enhancing their cognitive function. While direct evidence is scarce, such a lifestyle would align with the fragmented napping patterns observed in certain classical writings and anecdotes. You picture it now: short, deliberate rests spaced like stepping stones through the day, allowing the mind to reset again and again, like dipping a pen in fresh ink before continuing the scroll. This leads to a tantalizing question: were these napping habits purely practical, or were they also part of a larger spiritual or intellectual discipline? Could sleep itself have been a form of inquiry? You watch a philosopher gently waking from a nap, his eyes bright but soft. He smiles and gestures to a nearby scroll, ready to resume where he left off. There's no grogginess, no rush, just a gentle return. The conversation picks up naturally, without interruption or awkwardness, as though the nap was a shared ritual rather than an individual lapse. There is a kind of unspoken agreement here, that sleep is not the opposite of learning, but part of it. Historians still debate whether these napping practices were widespread among all thinkers or confined to select groups within the philosophical community. Some argue that the public image of the philosopher as napper is an idealized or exaggerated trope, an invention of poets and painters who saw more beauty in a reclining thinker beneath a tree than in the grit of constant debate. They say perhaps these thinkers were not so serene, not so reflective, that maybe we've made them softer than they were. Others maintain that such rest was indeed a respected and deliberate part of their methodology, that the naps were not lazy accidents or poetic metaphors, but real and ritualized practices, and necessary counterpoint to their rigorous thought. That to close one's eyes mid-discussion was not to abandon the thread, but to let it spool deeper into the soul. What is clear, though, is that the Greeks treated rest as a form of respect for the mind, the body, and the pursuit of knowledge itself. They understood that weariness could dull even the sharpest reason, that insight could not be coerced, that wisdom, like a flame, needed both spark and oxygen, rest providing the latter. The mind, they believed, was a sacred instrument, and instruments must be tuned, not strained. And that respect was visible not only in what they wrote or taught, but in how they lived, in the rhythm of their days, in the softness of their transitions, in the way they rose, not with alarm, but with awareness. There were no bells, no clocks, no abrupt horns to jolt them awake. Time unfolded like silk, unrolling at the pace of conversation, and sun and shadow. They did not bolt upright. They emerged slowly, like thoughts themselves. You feel the cool morning air brush your skin as the group rises, preparing to move on to the next place of learning. Maybe a shaded colonnade, maybe a grove, maybe a quiet walk beneath fig trees where questions hang in the air like ripening fruit. They speak softly to one another now, voices low, hands gesturing not to assert, but to invite. Scrolls are picked up, cloaks dusted off. One man pours water into a shallow basin for others to wash their faces. A student yawns and smiles without embarrassment. Another resumes yesterday's line of reasoning as though only a comma, not a night, had passed. You take a moment to soak in the peace and the promise of new insights that the day will bring. There is no hurry. The sun will climb whether or not you speak first. The questions will wait, or rather, they will stretch their limbs beside you and rise when you do. You rise slowly, not fully leaving the stillness, but carrying a piece of it with you, a softness in your joints, a clarity behind your eyes, a sense that wisdom is not always found in the rush to explain, but sometimes in the decision to pause. Sometimes the greatest discipline is restraint, the decision not to answer yet, to listen longer, to nap even while the question settles into its proper form. Perhaps as the sun rises higher, you'll find yourself embracing this ancient wisdom too. The idea that sometimes the best way to move forward is to pause, breathe, and let your thoughts rest before you leap again into the fray. Because not every solution arrives on command. Not every truth shouts to be heard. And maybe, just maybe, you'll come to trust that true understanding doesn't always arrive in the heat of dialogue, but sometimes in the hush that follows it, in the silence where the mind exhales, in the stillness where the soul listens, in the quiet space where thought ripens into wisdom, gently, patiently, and always in its own time. As the sun climbs higher, bathing the garden in bright warmth, the philosophical circle begins to stir once more. The air is filled with a renewed energy, yet there is a calmness beneath the chatter, a softness born from the naps taken, the quiet moments shared. You notice how different this feels compared to modern meetings where caffeine-driven urgency pushes conversation forward without pause. Here, the pace is measured, thoughtful, almost reverent. You watch as a philosopher stretches and picks up a broken piece of pottery from the ground. The cracked surface catches the sunlight, its imperfections highlighted. He turns it over in his hands and begins to draw parallels between the fragment and the human soul, both fragile yet capable of healing and wholeness. This moment, quiet, contemplative, rich with metaphor, illustrates something profound about why naps fit so naturally into their philosophical method. These thinkers weren't racing to finish arguments. They were exploring depths, and those depths sometimes required retreating inward, even if that meant sleep. Remember the earlier discussion about rhythm. This new phase of the day confirms that thought was not linear for them. It was a spiral folding back on itself, deepening with each cycle of dialogue, reflection, and rest. You also noticed the smells: earthy olive, crushed herbs, the faint musk of worn leather scroll cases. The morning air is full of scent, warmed slightly by the sun, but still tinged with night's coolness. Somewhere nearby, someone is peeling an orange, and its sharp citrus oil cuts through the heavier smells like a clear, thought-piercing fog. You breathe it all in, noticing how the senses are alive, engaged, awake in their own way before the mind begins its work. The Greeks understood that philosophy wasn't only cerebral, it was sensory. The body mattered. Thinking didn't float above the flesh. It lived inside it. A philosopher could recline, eat, sweat, nap, or stretch without shame. Rest wasn't escape. It was part of embodiment. It was presence. Touch, scent, taste, posture. These weren't distractions from reason, but allies to it. Historians still debate how much the physical environment influenced their mental practices. Was the garden's design intentional to encourage rest and thought, or did these spaces simply evolve naturally around social needs? Did someone plan the way the shadows fell at noon, or did the trees simply know how to grow in the right places? Either way, It's clear the settings promoted not just intellectual debate, but a lifestyle, one where beauty, comfort, and rhythm weren't luxuries, they were tools. The Greeks practiced paideia, a holistic education blending mind, body, and spirit. Not just a curriculum of subjects, but a philosophy of becoming. Sleep, as you now see, was integral to this. Not sidelined or dismissed, it was woven into the very fabric of learning. Because how could you become a whole human being if part of you, your need for rest, for dreams, for stillness, was ignored? You watch a philosopher gently lower himself onto a grassy knoll, pulling a linen cloak beneath his head. His movements are unhurried, almost sacred. His eyes close almost immediately, a peaceful expression settling over his face. It's a scene so normal here that no one reacts. There's no teasing, no judgment, no whispers of laziness. It's not laziness. It's deliberate nourishment of the mind, a kind of prayer performed horizontally. This quiet moment echoes the ancient belief in the healing power of sleep. Even Hippocrates, the father of medicine, wrote about how rest helped restore balance to the body and mind. He prescribed sleep and dreams the way modern doctors prescribe medicine, understanding that the body knew how to repair itself when given the chance. It's no surprise philosophers embraced it as treatment for mental exhaustion too. After all, to think deeply is to strain the muscles of the mind, and even the strongest minds have limits. You think about the concept of ataraxia, peace of mind, cherished by the Epicureans. Not a numbness, not a blank void, but a calm steadiness, a state where you are undisturbed by fear, want, or frenzy. Achieving this required calm, balance, and freedom from disturbance. Sleep was not only physical rest, but a practice to reach that serene state. Even now, lying in this imaginary garden of memory, you can feel it. The taste of ataraxia in your breath, in the slowness of your heartbeat. You imagine the debates continuing after naps, perhaps even becoming sharper and clearer. Not because the ideas change, but because the minds approaching them have been washed clean. Like windows after rain, like blades after sharpening. A refreshed mind firing on all cylinders, yet quieter somehow, more precise, more kind. Here's a quirky insight. Some scholars suggest the ancient Greek practice of hypnosophia, wisdom through sleep, might have influenced the modern concept of sleep learning or hypnopedia, albeit in a far less scientific, more mystical way. The term itself sounds like a spell, doesn't it? Hypnosophia, as if the moment you close your eyes, truth will rise to meet you from beneath the surface. While modern science largely dismisses the idea that we can learn complex material during sleep, the Greeks' faith in dreams and rest as gateways to truth is fascinating. They didn't draw a hard line between waking thought and dream insight. It blurs the line between logic and intuition. And maybe that's the point. You realize this duality between reason and rest is part of why philosophy thrived in this era. The mind was not a machine to be pushed relentlessly, but a garden to be tended patiently, tended with naps, with wine, with silence, with laughter, with sleep. As the morning wanes, the philosophers rise from their places. Some stretch their limbs, others pick up scrolls or engage in quiet chatter. Their movements are slow but purposeful, like dancers warming up before another performance, like musicians tuning before the next symphony of thought. You feel a sense of completion, not of an end, but of readiness. Ready for more inquiry, more exploration. You don't feel rushed. You feel open. Your body feels lighter too, as if the rest you've imagined alongside them has seeped into your own being. You notice how your breathing is slowed, your thoughts more measured. You're not just thinking about ancient philosophy now, you're feeling it in your muscles, in your breath, in the way you now instinctively pause between thoughts, letting silence rise up to meet the next idea. The ancient Greeks understood something simple yet profound. Rest is not a detour from knowledge, but part of its path. And as you prepare to move on with them, deeper into the day, you carry that with you, a lesson not easily forgotten. Not just because you learned it, but because, in the deepest way, you lived it. The sun climbs higher now, warming the stones beneath your feet, and the philosophical garden hums softly with renewed life. Light drapes itself over the marble like a golden shawl. Cicadas begin their dry music in the distance, and somewhere nearby, water trickles in a shallow fountain, cool and persistent. Conversations resume, but something has shifted. There's a gentler tone, a deeper patience that wasn't present before. It's as if the collective mind has been refreshed, tuned anew, each voice emerging not out of urgency, but out of ease. The words spoken now are not just answers. They are offerings, carefully unwrapped and placed on the shared table of inquiry. You notice how the philosophers used movement alongside rest. Some walk slowly along shaded paths, exchanging quiet words. Others pause to touch the rough bark of olive trees or trace patterns in the dust with the ends of sticks or fingertips. One or two lie on their sides, heads propped on folded cloaks, eyes half closed as they murmur musings into the warm air. This ebb and flow of energy, between motion and stillness, is as deliberate as the naps themselves. There's a remarkable interplay here. Thought is embodied, lived, felt. The Greeks rejected the notion of pure intellect divorced from the body. To truly know something, they believed, you had to experience it with all your senses and allow the body's rhythms to guide understanding. Ideas weren't trapped inside the skull. They pulsed through breath, posture, and presence. A wise answer could come as much from the gut as from logic. This is why naps weren't viewed as weakness or failure, but as essential tools, pauses where the body could recuperate and the mind could connect threads previously unseen. Not a shutdown, but a shift. A quieting of one channel so that another could whisper through. You remember an intriguing fragment from a lost play, where a character compares the mind to a lyre, needing tension and release to produce harmonious music. Too much tension, and the strings snap. Too little, and there's no sound. Sleep was the release. Not absence, but balance. Not silence, but resonance. Some scholars even argue that the ancients practiced a kind of proto-mindfulness, a conscious awareness of the present moment that included recognizing when rest was necessary. This is a fascinating connection, considering the modern obsession with mindfulness as a remedy to burnout. What we chase through apps and techniques, the Greeks wove into the rhythm of their days. And speaking of quirky historical nuggets, there's a story about a certain philosopher, though his name is lost to time, who allegedly carried a small stone in his pocket. Whenever he felt his thoughts becoming chaotic or overwhelming, he would clutch the stone and allow himself a brief nap, trusting the tactile sensation to ground him as he drifted. A personal anchor, a pebble of presence. While this might sound eccentric, it hints at a broader tradition of intentional rest, using simple objects or rituals to invite calm. It wasn't about indulgence, it was about attunement. Historians still debate whether these practices were widespread or limited to certain schools. The Stoics, Epicureans, Pythagoreans, and Cynics all had different views on rest, sleep, and balance. Some praised rigorous discipline with minimal sleep. Others embraced extended rest as part of a well-lived life. But nearly all agreed that wisdom was not merely intellectual but holistic. The mind and body were intertwined, each needing care. To ignore one was to diminish both. Now, as the day progresses, the garden fills with the scent of crushed herbs and warm earth, laurel and thyme, sweet figure, dust, and sun on stone. The smells rise gently as if stirred by breath itself. Philosophers recline on cushions, their postures relaxed but alert, their gestures slower, their tones softer. The dialogue becomes more introspective now, questions turning inward like petals closing under light. You feel the pull of your own eyelids, heavy but inviting. It's a kindness you offer yourself now, without guilt. This, too, is part of the rhythm. the inhale and exhale of thought. One philosopher quotes Heraclitus, "You cannot step into the same river twice," emphasizing that thought and rest are part of the ever-changing flow of life. And it strikes you how beautifully this applies to the act of napping mid-argument. The debate you engaged with minutes ago is not the same as the one that will resume. It has shifted, changed, grown while you rested. What seemed tangled before may now feel open. What felt urgent may now feel unnecessary. What was out of reach may now rise gently to the surface, like something once sunken finally floating into the light. Rest is not pause. It is transformation. Like seeds softening underground, not idle, but doing the quiet, invisible work of becoming. Like ink settling into parchment, each idea soaking deeper, darkening, making its mark permanent. Like waves reshaping the shore while no one is watching, not with force, but with persistence. Like clay that must be left untouched for a while before it can be molded again. Rest is not retreat. It is ripening. You lean back, letting the sun's warmth seep into your skin, the gentle sounds of the garden washing over you. Birdsong flutters through the trees. Distant conversation hums like bees around a hive. A breeze sighs through the leaves. You feel yourself not just in the garden, but part of it, breathing with it, thinking with it, resting with it. You no longer feel like an observer, but a participant woven into this ancient pattern of thought and quiet, breath and question, dream and return. You remember now how the Greeks saw their world, not as a division of body and mind, but as a whole. Thinking was walking, talking was breathing, resting was part of learning. A nap wasn't an end to dialogue. It was the pause between verses in a song. The garden is not a backdrop. It is a teacher. The olive trees do not speak, but they model patience. The stone does not argue, but it remembers. The questions may never be fully answered, and perhaps they're not meant to be. But the process, this dance of thought and sleep, of asking and yielding, is itself a kind of wisdom. There is no end point here, no tidy conclusion, just a continual turning toward understanding. And sometimes that means turning inward, because when you close your eyes and let go, you are not surrendering the thread. You are allowing it to reweave itself in silence. You close your eyes just for a moment, feeling the timelessness of this space. The weight of centuries feels light here. There's no pressure, no rush, only a slow unfolding. The warmth of the sun wraps around your shoulders like a cloak. The firmness of the ground anchors you. The rhythm of your breath returns, soft and steady. There is no past or future in this moment, only now, only this. And you understand, sometimes to move forward, the best thing to do is to rest deeply and listen to the quiet spaces within. Not every problem needs your grip. Not every truth arrives in urgency. Not every insight is born from striving. Some come softly, in the hush, in the pause, in the quiet between breaths. That, too, is philosophy. Not just in words or debates or conclusions, but in the space we give ourselves to not know, to rest, to trust. That, too, is progress. Not the kind that races ahead, but the kind that waits and ripens and returns whole. That, too, is being alive. You don't need to know the next step right now. You only need to rest in the knowing that it will come. And when it does, it will be gentler, more grounded, more true. For now, the garden hums around you. The air is warm. The breeze carries the scent of thyme. Someone nearby begins to hum a tune from memory, and someone else softly joins. You let your body settle. You let your thoughts drift. And in that sacred quiet where nothing is forced, you begin to dream again. The afternoon sun begins to wane, casting long golden fingers through the olive branches, dappling the worn stones beneath your feet in a warm Hanite light. The philosophical garden seems to take a collective breath, as if savoring the slow slide from day toward dusk. Shadows stretch and curl across marble and earth, growing longer and softer with each passing moment. Around you, voices soften. Laughter becomes a quiet murmur. The gentle hum of minds at rest fills the air like a soft hymn, weaving itself into the breeze that stirs the olive leaves and carries with it the faint scent of crushed herbs and dry earth. You find yourself drawn to the delicate nuances of this moment. The unspoken rhythms, the subtle gestures, the quiet acceptance with which the philosophers embrace their limits. They do not see mental fatigue as failure or weakness, but rather as a signal, a guidepost. Their sharp minds, tempered by the discipline of debate and inquiry, require gentle handling. The pursuit of truth is not a race to be won in breathless haste, but a long, measured journey, one paced with care and respect for the mind and body alike. The naps taken mid-argument. They're not lapses, not moments of surrender. They are carefully calibrated rests, intentional pauses that preserve clarity, protect insight, and prevent the mind from fracturing beneath the weight of intense thought. In their culture, rest is never an enemy of knowledge. It is its guardian. It's curious, you realize, how the Greeks conceptualized sleep not merely as a biological necessity, but almost as a philosophical act. The very word hypnos conjures images of gentle, winged figures who bring rest and renewal, wrapping weary souls in soothing shadows. Sleep was personified, revered, and woven deeply into the cultural fabric, not as something to be hastily overcome, but as a vital force, tender and powerful in equal measure. It was a sacred liminal space where body and mind could reconcile and realign. You recall the myth of Morpheus, the god of dreams, who shapes visions for mortals, weaving truth and illusion within the dreamscape. This intertwining of sleep and revelation reinforces why mid-discussion naps might have been more than just practical breaks. They might have been moments of spiritual communion, sacred portals through which insight could slip quietly into the conscious mind. There is a fringe theory you have read about. Some philosophers deliberately used these nap moments to engage with the subconscious, inviting dreams to inform their waking reason. It was an early dance between science and mysticism, between clear light and shadowy depths, between the hard logic of debate and the wild, unpredictable creativity of imagination. These were moments of deliberate surrender, of opening to the unseen. You watch as a young philosopher reclines against a sun-warmed marble column, her eyes fluttering closed, her breathing slowing, face serene as if she's drifting towards some inner sanctuary. Nearby, a colleague sketches shapes and symbols in the dirt, his fingers translating the fleeting impressions of dreams into tangible form, diagrams and glyphs drawn with reverence, a bridge between the intangible and the known. This blending of rest, creativity, and intellect is a powerful image, one that stands in stark contrast to modern notions that separate rest from productivity. Here, rest is productivity, a vital, active ingredient in thinking deeply and living fully. Historians still debate how much influence dreams exerted on Greek philosophical thought. Some argue that dreams were dismissed as unreliable fantasies, mere byproducts of the sleeping mind with little bearing on truth. Others contend that dreams were crucial keys to understanding human nature and the cosmos, glimpses into a greater order beneath waking reality. The truth likely lies somewhere in the middle, but the enduring idea remains. The boundaries between waking and sleeping were porous, fluid, and fertile ground for insight. And perhaps this very fluidity, the willingness to embrace uncertainty and to see knowledge as an unfolding flow, is what allowed their ideas to ripple through centuries, shaping and transforming how we understand knowledge itself. You let the warmth of the late afternoon seep slowly into your skin, the faint rustle of olive leaves whispering ancient secrets on the breeze. The philosophers begin to gather once more, their conversation weaving together threads of ethics, metaphysics, and fresh reflections on the role of sleep in human life and wisdom. One elder voice rises above the murmurs, steady and sure, reminding the group of the delicate balance between nous, intellect, and thymos, spiritedness, and how sleep tempers both. It cools the flames of passion without extinguishing their fire, sharpens insight without dulling resolve. It is neither weakness nor defeat, but the crucial tempering of the soul. You feel your own mind soften, thoughts unspooling gently, like a delicate ribbon caught in a soft breeze, twisting and turning with effortless grace. The tight coil of mental tension that had wrapped itself around your awareness begins to loosen, unfurling slowly, as if a heavy cloak, once clinging to your shoulders, has been carefully folded away and set aside. In this newly opened space, something quieter stirs, a calm, unspoken knowing that needs no words to be understood. It is a subtle presence, a deep stillness beneath the clamor, a gentle light that glows softly within your chest, steady and unwavering. The lessons of the day settle into you like a balm. Rest is not the enemy of reason, nor a thief of precious time. Instead, it is its most faithful ally, an indispensable partner on the winding path of understanding. Thought and sleep do not stand opposed, locked in conflict or competition. They move together in a timeless, graceful dance. Each moment of wakefulness is balanced by pauses of surrender, pauses pregnant with possibility, fertile ground where insight takes root and grows unseen. And as the garden tilts toward evening, the very light itself seems to soften, stretching and folding over the ancient stones, the twisted olive branches, the philosophers reclining in quiet contemplation. A warm amber glow spreads slowly like liquid gold spilled across the earth, touching everything with its gentle caress. This light carries with it a quiet strength, a steady, pulsing heartbeat that you feel now within yourself. It is a truth beyond words, a feeling woven deep into the rhythm of your breath, the delicate spaces between inhales and exhales, the sacred silence that holds all things in balance. The sun dips low, sinking slowly behind distant hills, painting the horizon with streaks of rose, violet, and burnt sienna, as if the sky itself were a vast canvas brushed by the hands of the gods. The garden exhales, a long, contented sigh that seems almost alive, a sentient breath that acknowledges the sanctity of this moment. Shadows lengthen, stretching their arms across the stones and soil, wrapping the philosophers in a soft, protective embrace, as though the earth itself were tucking them in for a peaceful night's rest. You rise slowly, limbs supple and light from the rest you have imagined alongside them, moving with deliberate care, each motion measured, mindful. Your feet touch the worn stone gently, grounding you in the present, even as your mind carries the lesson you have absorbed deep into your being, that to move forward, to step bravely into the unknown, and the mysteries yet to be unraveled, you must carry with you the balance of engagement and repose, the harmony of questioning and quiet listening. Each step you take feels like an act of reverence, an honoring of the dance between thought and sleep, between mind and body, between striving and surrender. You are no longer merely an observer here. You are part of this ancient rhythm, woven into the endless cycle of learning, resting, and growing. The sky deepens now to a velvety indigo, dotted with the first faint stars. The air cools, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth, mingling with the faint, lingering aroma of crushed herbs. Somewhere nearby, an owl calls softly, its haunting melody a lullaby for the restless mind. The world feels vast, mysterious, and alive with possibility. And you walk forward into the unfolding night, your mind clear and open, your heart steady. You carry with you not only the wisdom of the philosophers, but the quiet strength of the pause, the gentle power of rest that renews and transforms. Here beneath the timeless sky, you understand finally that the greatest leaps of insight may come not from relentless pushing, but from the courage to stop, to breathe, and to listen deeply to the quiet spaces within yourself and the world around you. And with each slow, deliberate step, you move into that sacred unknown, ready to embrace whatever questions and revelations lie ahead. The sun sinks ever lower now, its light spilling across the horizon in a breathtaking palette of amber, rose, soft lavender, and fading gold. The entire garden seems to exhale beneath this warm, tranquil glow, an ancient sanctuary that has witnessed countless debates, musings, and moments of restful pause. The air grows cooler with each passing minute, carrying on its breath the delicate scent of night-blooming jasmine and wild herbs crushed underfoot, mingling with the faint rustle of olive leaves gently swaying in a soft evening breeze. The world feels suspended between day and night, alive yet hushed, as if holding its breath in reverence. You feel the weight of the day settling softly over you, not as a burden to be shrugged off, but as a rich, warm cloak woven from the threads of understanding, calm, and quiet satisfaction. There is a profound ease to this settling, a sensation that every thought and feeling you have encountered has found its place, like notes in a well-composed symphony. In this fading light, your mind drifts to the ancient Greeks and their embrace of naps mid-argument, a practice that seems, at first glance, almost contradictory to the fiery intensity we associate with philosophical debate. But you now see it as something far deeper, a reflection of a broader philosophy of life that honors patience, balance, and the natural ebb and flow between exertion and rest. Their way of being challenges the modern obsession with nonstop productivity, the culture of business that equates worth with constant output. Instead, it reminds us that true wisdom often reveals itself not in the breathless rush of endless effort, but in the sacred pauses between. You remember the teachings of Epicurus, who elevated ataraxia, that elusive state of serene tranquility, as the highest good. Achieving such calm required more than intellectual striving. It demanded rest, a stillness that allowed the mind to quiet and renew itself. Sleep was never a mere interruption, but a vital path toward clarity, balance, and equanimity. A charming historical tidbit surfaces. Some Greek schools encouraged students to take power naps during the hottest, most languid hours of the afternoon. This practice bears an uncanny resemblance to the siesta tradition, still alive today across Mediterranean countries. Far from laziness, this was practical wisdom, scheduling rest in harmony with the body's rhythms to optimize health, energy, and mental acuity. You consider how some modern scholars view these naps as moments of cognitive reboot, intervals when the subconscious mind could weave together threads of thought encountered during lively discussions, forming new connections beneath the veil of sleep. This notion resonates powerfully with contemporary neuroscience, which underscores sleep's crucial role in memory consolidation, creative insight, and emotional regulation. Yet historians still debate the extent and nature of these napping practices. Were they spontaneous, informal respites taken at will, or part of a more structured, ritualized pedagogy embedded within the philosophical schools? Perhaps the answer lies in a delicate balance, a cultural norm shaped by social customs, individual needs, and the demands of intellectual rigor. As the cool dusk deepens, you witness a gentle closing of the day's intellectual circle. Philosophers gather their cloaks, stretch slowly, limbs moving with the fluid grace born of deep familiarity with their bodies, and prepare to part ways. Their faces glow softly in the last light, touched with the quiet satisfaction of minds that have both questioned and rested, struggled and softened, debated and dreamed. You feel a profound resonance with this rhythm, the seamless integration of engagement and repose, an invitation to embrace your own natural cycles, to recognize that thoughtful living requires honoring both action and stillness, movement and pause. This balance, you realize, is not only practical but sacred. Around you, the evening murmurs its lullaby, the rustling of olive branches, the distant murmur of voices fading into the twilight, the steady sigh of the earth cooling beneath the stars that will soon fill the sky. It is a call to return inward, to rest, to listen. And as you prepare to leave this ancient garden behind, you carry with you a deep and newfound appreciation for the humble nap, a quiet hero in the grand narrative of philosophical discovery, once perhaps dismissed as trivial or indulgent, now revealed as a sacred pause where insight deepens and the soul is replenished. You linger a moment longer, breathing in the rich scents of earth and herb, feeling the cool stone beneath your hands, and sensing the pulse of time flowing softly through this space. The garden holds its secrets, but also its gifts. An enduring reminder that wisdom is not merely found in words or action, but in the rhythms that shape all life. Rest and awakening, questioning and quiet, dreaming and returning. With one last lingering glance at the glowing horizon, where the sky melts from molten gold into soft violet and deepening indigo, you take a slow, deliberate step forward. The warmth of the day still clings gently to your skin, mingling with the cool caress of the evening breeze brushing softly against your face and ruffling the leaves overhead. Your senses are heightened. The faint scent of olive branches, crushed herbs, and the earth's subtle musk surround you, grounding you in this moment that feels at once ancient and profoundly alive. You carry with you now far more than memories of stone paths, dusty scrolls, and the whispered arguments of long-gone philosophers. You carry something intangible yet deeply real, an ancient lesson woven into the fabric of your being. It is a quiet wisdom, a gentle whisper heard not with the ears but with the heart, a truth that transcends time and place. This lesson speaks of progress, not as a brute force, a relentless pushing forward, or an endless race against time, but as a delicate dance, a dance that embraces movement and stillness, effort and surrender. It tells you that the greatest progress, the deepest breakthroughs, often come not from pushing harder, but from pausing, from resting deeply and fully, from creating space to listen, not just to the noisy world around you or the whirlwind of thoughts in your mind, but to the profound silence and stillness within. These quiet spaces inside us, the pauses between breaths, the calm between thoughts, are where insight often arises. They are fertile ground for clarity, creativity, and understanding. In a culture that prizes business and productivity above all, these moments can seem elusive, even indulgent. Yet the ancient Greeks understood this truth with profound clarity. Their philosophical gardens, their gentle naps in the middle of heated debates, their reverence for sleep and rest, were not signs of weakness, but hallmarks of wisdom. You feel this truth taking root within you, like a seed carefully planted in fertile soil. It invites you to trust a rhythm beyond the usual rush, to honor your limits as well as your ambitions, to embrace a journey that is not a straight, unyielding line, but a winding path filled with both sunlit clearings and shaded valleys. The journey toward knowledge, toward growth, is marked not only by moments of intense focus, but also by intervals of quiet reflection and renewal. With each step you take away from the garden, your movements become lighter, more deliberate. There is a softness to your pace, a patience born from knowing that wisdom is not won by force, but nurtured with care. You are no longer merely a traveler seeking answers, but a participant in an ancient rhythm, a living embodiment of the harmony between action and rest, thought and stillness. You carry with you now a promise, a vow to listen more deeply, not only to others but to yourself, to rest without shame or guilt, recognizing that rest is a form of strength, not surrender, to find courage not only in action but in silence, in the still moments where the soul can breathe and the mind can unspool its tight knots. The quiet spaces within are not empty voids but rich landscapes, teeming with potential and quiet power. When you allow yourself the grace to enter these spaces, you open a door to renewal and revelation. You give yourself permission to step away from the clamorous demands of life and meet your own needs with kindness and respect. As dusk turns to night and the stars begin to peek shyly from the darkening sky, you feel a gentle warmth glowing inside, a soft flame kindled by the lessons of that ancient garden. It is a light that will guide you through challenges yet to come, a reminder that progress is not a frantic sprint but a patient unfolding. You carry this light with you as you move forward, stepping carefully yet confidently into the unfolding mystery of your own journey. The world is vast and complex, full of questions without easy answers, but now you walk with a deeper trust in the process. You trust that sometimes the best way to move forward is to pause, to breathe, to rest deeply, and to listen to the quiet spaces within. And in that listening, you discover a profound kind of progress. The slow, steady blossoming of wisdom that grows not in haste, but in harmony, not in noise, but in silence. With this newfound understanding cradled gently in your heart, you step into the night, carrying the soft glow of that timeless garden within you, a quiet flame to light your path, a sacred rhythm to guide your steps for all the days yet to come. Night fully embraces the garden now, wrapping the ancient stones and olive trees in a velvety cloak of darkness. Above, the heavens sparkle with countless stars, tiny, steady points of light that pierce the deep indigo and black canvas of the sky. They flicker softly, like distant lanterns or beacons left by unseen travelers navigating the vast expanse. The cool night air is thick with the scent of earth, crushed herbs, and the subtle musk of olive leaves, mingling with a faint, salty hint carried on the breeze from the distant sea. Around you, the garden holds its breath. The philosophers have mostly departed, their thoughtful footsteps fading gently over the worn cobblestones, leaving behind only whispers of their debates, the faint rustling of leaves stirred by nocturnal winds, and a lingering sense of contemplation. Their voices seem to echo softly still, weaving through the trees and into the quiet night, a delicate thread connecting past and present. You remain, alone but not lonely, wrapped in the garden's tender hush. The weight and wonder of the day's journey settle into your bones like a warm, comforting cloak. The strange, beautiful idea that these great minds once napped mid-argument no longer feels like just a curious historical fact or an amusing anecdote. It has become something far more profound, a quiet invitation to reconsider the way you live, think, and engage with the world today. Throughout the hours spent in this space, you've witnessed how rest was not an interruption to thought, but woven deeply into the very fabric of inquiry. How pauses, moments of silence, stillness, and sleep were never signs of weakness or defeat, but powerful acts of wisdom and care. How the ancient philosophers allowed sleep and thought to dance together in harmony, each nurturing and renewing the other in an unending rhythm. This philosophy of balance, the delicate interplay between wakefulness and rest, questioning and silence, is deeply human, timeless, and necessary. It is a gentle reminder that even the sharpest minds, the most passionate debaters, knew their limits. They understood that true insight could not be forced but must be invited, cultivated patiently through cycles of engagement and repose. There's a tender irony in picturing such rigorous intellects surrendering to sleep in the midst of argument, laying down their mental swords to rest, only to rise again refreshed and ready. It is a testament to their humility and self-awareness, an acknowledgement that renewal is essential to sustained wisdom. You breathe deeply now, inhaling the cool night air, the mingling scents of olive groves, damp earth, crushed herbs, and a faint sea breeze calming your restless thoughts. Your own mind begins to slow, the constant chatter softening, like a distant melody fading into the background. The tension in your shoulders unwinds. Your heartbeat slows to a steady, comforting rhythm. Let the intensity of the day fade gently, like a soft echo retreating into silence. Allow the stillness to fill the spaces where agitation once lived. You imagine yourself reclining, just as the philosophers did, on cool stone or soft earth, under a canopy of stars, feeling the world around you soften and the edges blur. Your eyelids grow heavier, the mental knots loosening, the restless storm within calming to a quiet sea. This moment is yours, a sacred pause, a deep breath, a return to yourself. Here, in the quiet garden of thought and rest, wisdom is no longer a prize to be won or a destination to reach. It is a faithful companion, steady, patient, waiting with open arms. Wind down, slow your breath, and soften your thoughts as the garden's night embraces you. The busy mind quiets. The day's chatter fades to a whisper. Imagine yourself resting beneath ancient olive trees, their leaves whispering secrets only the night knows. Feel the cool earth supporting you, steady and sure. The gentle hum of distant voices and soft rustling leaves lull your senses into peace. Remember, wisdom is not a race, but a journey, measured, patient, and kind. Like the philosophers who took naps mid-argument, allow yourself the grace to pause and renew. The dance between thought and rest is delicate and essential. Now, as you sink deeper into this calm, imagine your own breath sensing with the gentle night. The questions and ideas will wait until morning light. For tonight, all that matters is rest, renewal, and the soft embrace of sleep. Let the shadows cradle you, the cool breeze soothe you, and the stars watch over you. You are safe, you are enough, and you are ready for whatever comes next. Good night. So now, rest. Rest deeply and without haste. Let the questions wait. Let the search pause. For now, simply be. Be still. Be present. Let sleep, gentle, kind, and wise, carry you softly into the night, cradling you in its embrace until the dawn calls you back to the dance once more.